All right, online. Here's what you need to do. Everybody here, we are starting on the New Testament today. And so everybody here has a piece of paper out, which I want you to get a piece of paper out. And to the best of your ability, without anything there to assist you, I want you to write the books of the New Testament. All right, there are 27 of them. And I want you to write as many of them as you can recall. We have worked on this a little bit in our a bonus, and so I want you to do that at this time. Those of you here in the classroom, when you have reached the point of no return and you cannot remember anymore, I would like you to raise your hand. I'm going to come by and check it and then let you know what to do from there, all right? All right, man, we got 4. All right, you got your Bible there? I want you to start writing them down, okay? Write it out. Okay, so we got everything. This one's not there, but if you take that one out, then you got everything right up until there, okay? Go ahead and get your Bible and start writing them from there, okay? Again, when you've reached that point where you cannot think of anything, that is fine. Just let me know, and it gives me an idea of where you're at. Again, this isn't a grade or anything like that, but it will let you, then I want you to begin working on it there. Okay. All right, get your Bible, and then just write from there. Those are right, though. Good job. Good job. You know, if you've got it all right like that, then you can work on something else. If you'd like to work on something else right now. Good. See yours really quick. Move your hand just a second. You got these a little bit confused. Start at Romans and then write the rest of them, okay? Just a little bit out of order there. Okay, so you got it up to Romans right, and then just start there and write the rest of them, okay? All right, you got up to Romans, so start there and write the rest of them, all right? Done? Okay, got to Romans, so start from there. See that really quick, sir. Good. Good, you can work on something else. Good. Work on something else if you'd like. I'm coming. It's a long walk across here, though. All right, let's give it a shot here. Okay, so start right here. Everything after Philippians, you got everything right. Okay, so start after that. You've got several of these sort of right, but they're not all the way in order. So just, yeah, start after that and write that, okay? Good. Up until there, everything's right. So start from there and finish that out, okay? Let me check it. What's that? Well, first off, this right here is going to be Corinthians. Chronicles is in the old. Yeah. I know you can get confused on that one. And where this is going to go is where you had it the first time. So it's going to be 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, then Galatians, Ephesians. So it's going to be 1 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians, 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, Titus, Philemon, Hebrews. So check, just make the corrections on any of those. Okay, so check those and make the corrections. Anyone I haven't checked yet? Have I checked everyone's? Are you ready, or? Let me just check it really quick. Okay, so what happened here? You've got all of these right. You've just missed some in between. Okay, so just see from 2 Corinthians to Timothy there, what are the ones you missed, all right? But everything else is right. Okay, everything's right. Just finish it writing the rest of them, okay? If you're finished writing them in, let me raise your hand, okay? I know some of you had you writing them in, so let me see when you finish it, all right? Let me see that. Okay, good. I want you to study that for a little bit, okay? Okay. And then study that just for a little bit, okay? Let's see. Okay, good. And then just study that for a little bit. Okay, check that out. Okay. Yeah, just study that for just a little bit then, okay? Have I checked yours yet, sir? Okay. All right. Everything's right up to then. Have I checked yours? Let me check yours really quick. So you got Galatians, Ephesians. Up until Ephesians, we've got everything right. This part's right, but then we're missing a little bit in between there. So just look that up, okay? From Ephesians on. Did you raise your hand? Okay, good. Just study that for a little bit, okay? Let me see yours. Good. Just study that. Let's make sure we put that away right now, please. Your spelling. Can you put your spelling away for me? Okay, and then just study that for a little bit, okay? Just another minute. Oh. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, good. Just study that for just a little bit, okay? All right, guys. For the most part, we did pretty well on that. Several of you getting them all the first time. Some of you just missing a little bit, which is understandable. We'll work on that again. Okay, we're going to do that same exercise again just to see how we do. Make sure, I know some of you are allowed to work on other things right now. Let's go ahead and put those away. And we'll what is today? Is today Wednesday? Okay. We'll see. We may not do it tomorrow, but we will do it again here sometime soon just to try to get ourselves knowing these books of the Bible. Let us take the next few moments and finish up the Old Testament, okay? So take your books, turn to page 208. Page 208. 208, we will finish up the Old Testament. I know, I tried to get it done yesterday and I just talked too long. I apologize. But we have to get it done today. I mean, we've only got like what? 3 or 4 blanks. I mean, if I can't get 3 or 4 blanks done in one day, then, I mean, you guys just fire me. Okay, fire me from being your teacher and everything like that. All right. So, how many of you are hoping I don't get done with? No, never mind. Let's not do that. All right. But no, we're gonna look at this right now, finishing up the book of Malachi, and of course, once we finish up Malachi, we have now finished our Old Testament. Okay. So, Malachi. The last prediction, so you're right there on page 208. Malachi predicted that God would send Elijah before that day. So remember, Malachi is predicting this great day of the Lord coming, and that there would be judgment. God would rule, the Messiah. But then he's also going to predict that before that happens, there will be one that comes before him. Compares him to Elijah. Now that was fulfilled by John the Baptist, which we're going to get into in these next few weeks, looking into his life. But John the Baptist. Jesus is the one in Matthew chapter 11 that says that this prophecy, it was fulfilled by John. And then also we're going to see that an angel of the Lord, remember, an angel comes to his dad Zechariah while he's there in the temple. And when this angel appears to Zechariah telling him he's going to have a son, he is going to use this prophecy and say that he will fulfill this prophecy. So this was, what did John the Baptist do? He came and was a forerunner, or came before Jesus Christ. Okay? So these are prophecies that we see fulfilled. Jesus says it, the angel said that it would be fulfilled, and all of these things happen. So now we come to the New Testament. The New Testament. Now, let me say this as we come to this part right here. The way to salvation does not change between the New and the Old Testament. It is not, some people think like in the Old Testament, people got saved, they went to heaven by going to do sacrifices. And you had to do the sacrifices, or listen, it has never been getting saved by works. And the Bible is very clear on that. Hebrews talks about that. Nobody has ever gotten to heaven based on what they have done. What someone got to heaven, or how they had that relationship with God, was based on their belief in a coming Messiah. And their belief that God was the one that was in charge. Now, in the New Testament, we don't have a belief in a coming Messiah, because the Messiah has already come. So we can put a face to that, or I guess not a face because we've never seen it, but we can put a name to that person, that coming Messiah. And so this is what we see here when we get in the New Testament. We're going to look at the gospel. We'll talk about this quite a bit when we're in here. Gospel just means good news. Good news. We have all had times where somebody has come home and had great news. Tell me let's see here. What is the best thing that your parents have ever surprised you with, or somebody has ever surprised you with? Let's just see what your ideas are. Yes? Going camp, what is your favorite place to go camping?
It's called Harrisburg, Arizona.
Okay, all right, going camping. So they just told you, hey, we're leaving, we're going camping. All right. Who else? Anybody else have one? Jonathan? Going to Disneyland for a week. All right, very cool. Hey, make sure you guys have your mask on, okay? You got to have those on. Anybody else? What is something that you have been surprised by, even parents, maybe even just a friend, but it was exciting news for you. Anybody have one? Yeah. Bought a trailer. Okay, and you had no idea? Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, Elian. You went where? Where's that at? Oh, yeah, in Atlanta? Okay. Oh, very cool. I love Coca-Cola. That is my downfall. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of great... You've been surprised by somebody? Anybody ever had like a surprise party or something like that you had no idea about? Anybody ever done that? Yeah. There's been different times. I remember one time, I have not been surprised that often. Okay, I don't know why. I just don't. I sort of, you know what I'm saying? You sort of suspect something's going on, and you don't maybe know exactly what it is, but just people are acting a little weird, a little strange, and you're like, they're up to something. So that's happened to me. There's one time that I have been very surprised, and this was actually when I was in college. I was playing basketball and talking to family, different things like that, and I went to a game. It was at Chapman University. And I remember I go there, and this is like a Tuesday night, and I walk out to the court, and I see sitting over there my grandma and grandpa and my dad. Now, my grandma and grandpa live in Ohio. My dad lived in Indiana, and I had no idea they were going to be there. Like, I just walked out and there they were, and I was completely surprised. And I actually talked to my grandma. Some of you may be like this. Anybody like this where people don't want to tell you a secret because you have a hard time keeping a secret? Anybody gonna admit that's you? Like you don't mean to, but you sort of give it away a little bit. My grandma was that person. I was shocked. I talked to her like 2 days before that. And I'm like, Grandma, how did you not tell me anything? She's like, your grandpa was standing right by me the entire time, just making sure that I did not say anything. And I like walked up there, and I mean, I'm sure my face was like, I think the first thing I said, what are you guys doing here? Like, you're just surprised. You're like, how did, they got me. I haven't had too many times like that, and it's good news. Now, we've all been surprised by bad news, I'm sure. We've all had that, but surprised by good news it's exciting. We're going to see some good news. And this isn't just good news. Like, for me, I tell that story about my grandparents being here, and you're like, oh, who cares? I mean, it's not really good news for you. I mean, you don't know who they are. You weren't there. Let me see. You weren't even alive. Wow, I am old. That would have been, let me see. Would you? Some of you might have been. It would have been like 2007. Anybody born in 2000? So February of 2007. Who would have been born in February of 2000? Okay, thank you. Now, one person would have been alive when this event happened. All right. I mean, I'm old. All right. What can I say? But I mean, it isn't something that affects you. So you're like, cool story, but who cares? This is something that happened 2,000 years ago that affects each and every one of us today. And that's what we're going to be looking at. So great news. First off, we're going to see gospel means good news. And many times, I will say this, of the books of the New Testament, you guys have the Gospels down. I don't think anybody missed any one of these. The Gospels, we sometimes group these first 4 books of the Bible together, or first 4 books of the New Testament together, and call them the Gospels. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And every single person in this room got those 4 right. Congratulations. Now we need to build on those 4, but at least we've got those 4 down. They're called the Gospels. The emphasis of the Gospels are Jesus' life. I mean, that's what you're going to see. When you read those 4, so far you guys have read 2 of the Gospels. You guys read Matthew and you read John. Those are 2 of the Gospels. The emphasis on those are they are going to go through events of Jesus' life. I'm not sure if they'll go over this. Sometimes you will see something called the Synoptic Gospels. Synoptic, maybe you'll hear that. Those are referring to the first 3, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Okay? Matthew is written by the disciple, the apostle that followed after Jesus. All right, Matthew. I don't know if I've asked this question. Anybody in here ever seen the show? I think it's called, I watch it on my phone, but The Chosen. Has anybody ever seen that one? What's that? It's a very cool show. Very cool show. One of my favorite things on that show is it sort of, again, what The Chosen is it sort of gives like a series about Jesus' life, and it really makes you think. And some of the things, of course, they're giving Peter, they're showing the relationship between him and his family, Matthew, different things like that. So they give a little bit where we're not all the way sure that's exactly how they were, but it's very interesting. One of my favorite things, too, on that show is how they portray Matthew and just his demeanor, different things like that. I think it's very, very interesting how they do that. I would recommend, if you guys have not... if you haven't seen it, I think it's a fun show to watch. You can actually get the app, those of you that have iPad, different thing, and you can watch every single episode. It's right there on the app. So if you have any questions, let me know. But I do recommend. I think it's very, again, you got to understand that not everything in there will be, they're filling in the blanks. So some of that they're taking a little bit of liberty to help us sort of see it. But it is a great tool for us to see what Jesus could have been like, what the relationship between the disciples could have been like, and so that Matthew. Every time I think of Matthew now, I think of that show. Mark is somebody who was not somebody that followed Jesus, not one of the 12 disciples. Anybody know who Mark is? We'll look at this a little bit more when we get into this book. Anybody know who he is? He's mentioned in the Bible. John Mark. Remember John Mark? Maybe you'll remember. John Mark was the one that Paul and Barnabas went on a missionary journey. And John Mark was Barnabas' nephew, and he went with him that first time. And then for whatever reason, he's like, I'm done. I'm going back home. And the second missionary journey they're going to go on, Barnabas is like, hey, John Mark's back. Let's take him. And Paul's like, man, we gave that guy a shot. I'm done with him. And they sort of split up. Barnabas takes John Mark. Paul's going to go with Silas. But we're going to see how John Mark's going to be faithful. John Mark actually is going to be somebody, tradition tells us, that was very, very close to Peter. And gives us a lot of the perspective on that. Luke. Luke is the... not an apostle. He's the doctor that was with Paul. And then we see John. The three synoptic gospels really tell it all from they have many of the same events in there. John is one that sort of stands by itself. It does not go into as many of them. The miracles, it gives some of them, but it gives like signs and sayings and different things like that. So those are your four gospels, and we're going to spend more time on that. The emphasis is the gospel, death, burial, and resurrection of Christ. Matthew wrote to the Jewish people. This is why there's going to be some differences in this. Matthew's gospel is mainly to the Jewish people. So when you read Matthew's gospel, you are going to see 93 quotations from the Old Testament to prove that Jesus was the Messiah, or Jesus was the promised king. So when you understand the fact that Matthew is writing this primarily to a Jewish audience, they would know these quotations. These would be things that they were looking for. So this is why the emphasis is on that. Now understand, we've talked about inspiration before. I believe that inspiration, God gave them the words to say. These are not just them thinking up different things to say. But I believe God used their personalities and their knowledge to give them the words to say. So we see Matthew wrote this primarily to the Jews. Then he showed the Jews that Jesus fulfilled the Old Testament prophecies about the Messiah. It's one of his emphasis. Hey, you guys are looking for the Messiah? Let me show you who he is, and let me go to the Old Testament to prove to you who he is. One of the fascinating things is when you read the Bible, when somebody is trying to talk to somebody about their faith, they're going to use the Scripture. Jesus appears to the guys on the road to Emmaus, and you know what the Bible says? He began to talk to them about the Old Testament. Same thing that Matthew is really going to stress here is, guys, look at what you know. Now I'm going to tell you in Jesus' life how this was fulfilled. He came from the family of David. Matthew, you guys read it. The first chapter of Matthew is maybe not the most exciting because it's a genealogy. You guys know what a genealogy is, right? Where it's like a bunch of names and different things like that, and half the names you can't even say, and you're like, why am I reading this? To us, we read that genealogy, and there's some interesting things in there. I find it interesting that Ruth's in there, Rahab's in there. So a lot of those people, though, I don't really know who they are. Many of those people, the only time they're mentioned is in that portion right there. So why is that important to me? To me, it doesn't have as much importance. But to a Jewish person who knows that the Messiah must come from the line of David, because that's what was prophesied, they would keep track of this. How many of you guys in your family, you guys ever done the, what is that called? Ancestry? Ancestry.com. You guys ever done that? Anyone ever done that for your family? A few of you guys have? Okay. All right. Anybody have anything exciting in their background? Yes. Was what? Pre-man? Pretty man. Yeah, that's a little conceited. All right. All right. So, pretty man. All right. Anybody else? Anything interesting? I had one. I actually had family members that fought, I guess, on both sides of the Civil War. So that's a little bit odd, but yeah, that's something that I found out. Somebody did that for me. Yes. What's that? You're related to Robert E. Lee. Like, how are you related? Oh, okay. So you can, some of those things are interesting. And some people have done those things, found out a lot of interesting facts and different things. To us, though, it's sort of like an interesting, but it's not that important. To the Jewish people, especially at this time, it was very, very important to know. Remember which tribe you came from? Like, that was a big deal. And so they would keep careful records of those. Now, by the time Jesus comes alive, the records are no longer quite as good. Anybody know why the records are not quite as good? They've been copied and copied, but not. Here's why. Where do you think they would keep most of these records? The temple. What has happened to the temple? It's been destroyed. So a lot of those had been lost. Okay, but that they still tried their best to keep track of that. And so this is why when Matthew starts out his book, he's going to go right to that genealogy. And for us, we'd be like, why start with the boring stuff first, right? If you're going to write a book, how many of you like to read books? Read books. How many of you have ever read a book and after like the first couple chapters stop reading it? Anybody ever done that? I do that quite a bit. Why? Because those first couple chapters, they don't get your attention, right? You're like reading it and you're like, okay, maybe this isn't the book for me, right? So you would think if I'm writing this book, I want to start with like the exciting stuff first. But Matthew doesn't. And again, that's because of who his audience, who he is going to right there. The first step in proving that Jesus was the Messiah. This is what he's emphasizing by saying that Jesus is from the line of David. This was the first step in proving that Jesus was the Messiah. Matthew is going to focus on the teachings of Jesus. In fact, Matthew's going to jump in Matthew chapter number 5, chapters 5 through 7, he records the longest sermon that we see Jesus give, the Sermon on the Mount. Does not mean it's the longest one he ever gave, it's just the longest recorded sermon that we ever have from Jesus. And there's a lot of teaching in here. A lot of his parables are recorded in the book of Matthew. So when Matthew is writing this, the focus is on the fact that Jesus is the Messiah, and he's going to use a lot of Jesus' own words to prove this. How many of you have like a red letter Bible? Do you guys know what that means? That means if you have a red letter Bible, when you open up your New Testament to a book like Matthew, when you come to words that are in red, these are the words that Jesus said. That's all that means. Now, I have some that are, some that aren't. Doesn't matter either way. But for some, it helps them understand, okay, this is who said that. But Matthew focused on the teachings of Jesus. He recorded more parables of the kingdom than other gospel writers. And his account of the Sermon on the Mount is more complete than Luke's. And by the way, one of the things that people sort of sometimes will criticize, say, well, see, there are errors in the Bible because you have the Sermon on the Mount. Matthew's Sermon on the Mount is a little bit different than Luke's sermon. But here's something you've got to understand. What is Jesus doing the time that he's here on earth? He's traveling a lot, right? So, for instance, if I gave a message in Galilee, let's say in Capernaum, which he would have been outside of Capernaum, very close to there when he gave the Sermon on the Mount, and I'm now down in the Jerusalem area, or somewhere down there, the people, most of them probably didn't hear that message. So, he would give, don't you think it's possible he would give a very similar message? So, to me, this does not prove that there's anything wrong. It just proves that that could have been a different time that he was basically speaking on the same thing. Mark. Historical evidence suggests that Mark wrote his gospel to the Romans. He probably wrote it while in Rome. Again, we're not sure on that, but there is some belief on that. All right, guys. I finished it up, so that means you guys cannot fire me. So I will be back tomorrow. I was expecting cheers, but I hear nothing. All right, you guys can be dismissed. Hey, tonight we got youth group. You guys are all invited if you can. Sir. There you go.
Help me out here. Okay, we're chapter 9, DLs. Jezreel. I think your chapter 9 is in the office if it's been there for a little while. So make sure you get that picked up. Just put answers down today on a piece of paper. And Emily, I think that I've sent it to you. If not, make sure I'll make sure I get those to you. Chapter 9 packet. Okay, let me know. Okay, either I'll try and keep my eye on the screen here, and make sure I'll get that to you. Mia, I think Cheyenne probably did bring it to you. A week or not yet, okay? So the Cheyenne Express has not reached your destination as of yet. So that is coming. I'm sure of it, okay? So check with her, remind her, how you're in the same boat, teenage girls, they get sidetracked. They get to thinking about boys and all that, and so, it just kind of slips her mind, okay. Not sure if it was Micah or not, but how the, not again? I mean it was there before? Other people. Other people. Let's see. I'm creating a storm here. You've been chased before? Who was chasing you? Come on now, you started this. You started this conversation. Oh, so it wasn't here. It was at another school.
No, it wasn't.
Destiny, I see how, Destiny, I see how things are working here. Okay? Hopefully we're going to have this. Don't ask me any questions about this, but hopefully we're going to have this with the formal night. And I see how things are developing, that you are kind of developing interests. Okay? Okay. I understand how that's all working, so. Okay. Okay. Now, anyway, DLs, I think you got your packets. If you don't, make sure you get them, or we'll get them to you. Now, those in class, shh, quiet. Those in class, someone turned in an 8.4 and no name. Okay, so let's just double check here. Micah, Erica, that's yours?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah. Positive.
The lost paper has been found. Okay, or so I don't need your note now, but I need my sticky pad back.
I put it right here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Bang! Boom! Boom! Crash! Thunder! Lightning's going on! What's happening?
Thunder.
All right. Good. Good. That's what's happening. We're talking about weather, storms, forecasting. Okay? thunderstorms, lightning, and tornadoes. Shh. One, we have the thunderstorms. Okay, ladies. We have the thunderstorms around here. We have the lightning around here. We generally, as far as I know, do not get the tornadoes. Okay? We get all these in Colorado. Depends upon the area that we are at. You are in the state. But you do get those. Okay? They do happen. So let's start with them individually, the thunderstorms. Okay? A thunderstorm is just a localized storm involving lightning, thunder, strong winds, and heavy rain. Okay. Why, with rain, since we've talked about rain before, why, when you're out in a rainstorm, it's cold? The water's cold. Even though it's coming from the sky, and the sky, sun's shining sometimes. Emma? Shh. Okay. So that's basically it. Now, it's not cold as like it was up there, as cold, okay, because it's warming up as it's coming to Earth. Therefore, it's not hail, okay. But it's cold just because of the atmosphere that it's falling through, okay. There's two conditions that are required to form thunderstorms. One, a strong, rapid updraft. If you ever want to see somebody become a thunderstorm, get under their skin. Okay? Same idea. You're getting into somebody's nerves. Okay, thank you. And pretty soon that person blows because they've developed this reaction. Okay? They're being electrified in there. The storm itself, the cloud that creates this thunderstorm, is getting electrified. There's electrons, the electricity that's developing in this thunderhead, okay, forms this storm that develops. And so the same idea, it's an updraft, cold air getting up there, okay. Secondly, unstable air. You've got all this going on in the atmosphere. Weather's changing. The electrons are fighting. They're fighting so much that pretty soon one blow creates a thunderbolt. Okay? As I was growing up, a thunderstorm would come around, and jokingly, as I was growing up, and this isn't true, okay, so bear with me on this story, but my mom and dad, with the thunderstorm, would jokingly say, well, God's bowling up in the heaven, okay? Because the noise was the ball hitting the pins and dropping its potatoes and et cetera, but just the thought, okay, puts it into perspective a little bit. There's a lot of things happening in the clouds. A lot of electrons, electricity is bolting against each other. They're fighting up in that cloud. And when something hits another something, there has to be some kind of reaction that occurs. Okay? And the action that occurs, boom, is the lightning and the thunder. Okay? You knew it was coming. Okay? You knew it was coming. Okay? But it's because of that unstable air that's up there. Micah. I don't know. You ask my mom, Dad,
It's brown.
when you get to heaven.
You're turning here into a thunderstorm because you didn't even understand.
So pretty soon lightning's going to come out of her ears and her nose and her mouth. Oh, goodness. Oh, this could be interesting. Okay. Now, there's two types of thunderstorms. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I thought you had a question. Okay. I thought you wanted to speak. I would have given you the floor. You want to come up and say anything? You sure? Okay, I'm not going to ask Bella that because she'll come up right away. Nothing. Nothing. I'm just in a fairly good mood right now. Okay. Really? Good. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Two types of thunderstorms. First of all, you have a stable thunderstorm. Now that doesn't make sense, does it? Because a thunderstorm is that big fighting that's going on in the clouds. Well, if you have fighting going on, it's not stable. So it doesn't make sense, does it? But a stable thunderstorm is air mass that is cool. It's cool. Does not rise to great altitudes. Okay? So it's a stable one. It's kind of like at the beginning of it all. Okay? At first, Jaden was cool. Okay? Then the more I scared her, the more she's getting that. And pretty soon, she's going to blow her top. Okay? At Destiny. Okay? Now, good, no messages yet. So anyway, that's a stable thunderstorm. An unstable thunderstorm is an air mass that is warm, near the ground, but very cold at higher altitudes. Now, you see the difference? Let's go back. Stable thunderstorms. Air masses that is cool, does not rise to great altitudes. Okay? The unstable is warm at the ground, but then it gets cold at higher altitudes. So what's happening? What's the difference between the two? True, but what's the difference? What's the difference? Come on, give me some feedback. What's the difference? One doesn't rise or is not rising. The other one, the unstable, is the one that's rising to the unstable air that's up at top. Okay? And once you get into that unstable air, it's like rafting on a river that is very calm. You're on your raft, you're just laying back, taking in some vitamin D, and all of a sudden, you start hitting the white waters. Okay? Well, things have just changed. Okay? The stable water has now turned to unstable water because it's further down river. Okay? Same principle. Let's just kind of flip it around a little bit. Stable air at the bottom gets to the top where there's a lot of currents going on, a lot of instability, a lot of fighting between the electrons up there. And that's why it's an unstable, because of the rise of the thunderstorm. The stages of a thunderstorm. First of all, it starts with the cumulus stage. This is the first stage of a thunderstorm. Okay? It starts in a cumulus cloud. What is a cumulus cloud? Yeah, not always though. A cumulus cloud is a cloud that looks like a bunch of what? Cotton balls. Okay? And so you have this towering cumulus stage. The cold air is up there. The warm air is rising because warm air always rises. Okay? You got the updraft developing. Okay? And it's all developing into this cloud. Okay? And the more updraft that you get, the more the thunderstorm develops. So it starts at the cumulus stage. The air surges upward. The moisture within it condenses, forming ice crystals and super cooled water droplets. Okay? Because of the instability of the air up there. A cumulus cloud now forms. Okay? The cumulus stage usually lasts about 10 to 15 minutes. That's step one. Step two, the mature stage. This is the point at which the thunderstorm makes the arrival of precipitation. Time for the storm, time for the rain to come. Okay, it's here. Now, you see these clouds. You see these type of clouds. Generally, when you have rain in a cloud, what color does the cloud get? Gray. Okay? It gets a gray, and the darker the gray, the more disturbance that you have up in the cloud. Okay? Your white, billowy clouds are just water vapor that's forming up there. Nothing wrong. But the grayer it gets, the more saturated that cloud gets. Okay? And the more saturated it gets, tells the cloud, I've got to release some of this, and you got the downflow or the precipitation that occurs. The thunderstorm reaches the peak of its strength. Okay? Heavy sheets of rain fall, lightning flashes, and hail, tornadoes develop. Okay? The thunderstorm has arrived. The mature stage only lasts about 10 to 30 minutes. Okay? The updraft, it continues to feed the moisture to the cumulus cloud, allowing the top of the cloud to reach its greatest heights. Okay? That's why you have these huge billowing clouds in a thunderstorm. Okay? And that's why we call them the thunderheads up there. Okay? Because of the height that they get. Okay? Some of them start looking like anvil shape. How many know what an anvil is? Okay? An anvil is for those that don't know, an anvil is a iron tool, in essence, for lack of a better term, that's flat on the top. And the blacksmiths in the earlier days used to take put it in the fire, heat it up, put it on the anvil, and take their sledgehammer, and pound that metal into a thin piece. Okay? They'd stick it in water to cool it down. Then they'd bring it out. They'd heat it up again, do the same thing on this anvil. The anvil was made out of iron. And so it's a flat piece of metal that's used to flatten things, and that's why you have what's called the anvil here, the flat part of the cloud at the very top. Okay? Downbursts occur. A downburst is a concentrated downblast of cool air that blows down at 130 miles per hour or more. Okay? So you get this downpour. Okay? You get these downbursts. Farmers don't like them. They like the rain, but they don't like downbursts because downbursts have a tendency to destroy crops. They can damage buildings. A downburst can also topple trees. At 130 miles an hour, that's like a tornado going through. Matter of fact, it's stronger than a tornado. Okay? If I remember the numbers, and we'll be talking about this, the height, or to classify a storm as a tornado, there has to be a certain mileage per hour. Okay? And I think that's right around the 75 mark or something to that effect. Okay? And I may be mistaking that on the top of my head with a hurricane, but anyway, a hurricane is basically a tornado over water, a large portion of water. But you have these levels, okay? We've been in a downburst here in California, okay? During February, we get our rainstorms. And a lot of times we have this just massive amount of rain coming down, okay? But if you had your plant little garden out there and a massive rainfall came, downburst, it would level your crops. That's what farmers don't like because it destroys. It's not a rain, it's a downburst. They occur, microbursts then occur. A microburst is an intense type of downburst, okay? So from this thunderstorm through the downburst, you have this micro, which is small, means small. Small portion of the downburst becomes this wind of the downburst inside. Look where it's coming from, the center of the thunderstorm. The center of the cumulus cloud, the center of the thunderhead, okay? Then you have the dissipating stage. This is the final stage of a thunderstorm. You have a start, you have a middle, which is the mature, and then you have a dissipating. The dissipating should tell you something right now. What's it telling you? It's starting to go away, okay? The downburst begins to suppress the cloud's updraft, preventing warm, moist air from its rising into the cloud. The updraft disappears, cutting off the thunderhead's or the thunderstorm's power supply. The clouds begin to evaporate because there's no longer the constant flow of moisture coming up. And when you cut off a supply of something, that means you are killing what you are cutting off, in essence. So the clouds, the updraft is being cut off. Therefore, the life of the thunderstorm is starting to die off. Precipitation starts to taper off. Just got a few more here. See if we can get them finished. Okay, just a couple minutes. Thunderstorm cells occur. A single cell thunderstorm, or just a cell. This is a single updraft system that in a thunderstorm. Okay, one updraft. multiple cell thunderstorms. I'm going a little fast because I only got about a minute left. Single cell thunderstorm was the first one. Letter B, multiple cell thunderstorm. This is a thunderstorm that has many updrafts, which often last for several hours. Okay, so you got several of these. The cumulus cloud builds and builds and builds, and the bigger it gets, the more cells that it creates. And then letter C, or within this you have what's called the squall line, a multiple cell thunderstorm that has a long line of advancing thunderstorms, usually along a cold front. So if you ever look out into the distance on one of these, you'll see these type of pictures occurring where it's just spread out, and sometimes you see the cumulus clouds coming down a little bit. A lot of times in certain areas, those are what we would call the thunder or the tornadoes. A supercell is where you actually will have your tornadoes developing. It's the most powerful type of the thunderstorm. Okay? Sorry we went through it a little quick. Maybe I'll go back to tonight you have homework just reading pages 247 to 249. Okay? Right on cue. DLs, thank you for tuning in. Hope you have a good day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
No. All right, for those of you in Distant Learning, we are about to take our reading quiz that was assigned on Monday. So make sure you guys are paying attention. I'm going to put the quizzes, the questions on the board, or on the screen, and then we'll take it in about 2 minutes. Please comment if you are here. I see Mia. Actually, I don't see anybody yet, so make sure you guys are commenting here. Sorry, that was from the previous class, but please comment that you are present so that I can mark you present. All right, guys, please, no more talking. Elias, sit down. You should study over your quiz. I know you weren't here yesterday, but it was assigned on Monday, so. If you know the details of the story and what happened and what they did, you'll be fine. Do I ever ask you questions like, what is the meaning of this name? What is this? No, I don't. I ask you, no, I don't. No, I don't. I've never asked you the theme of the story that you read if we've never gone over it in class. Ever. You want to make a bet? Just kidding. Just kidding. But no, it's the general questions that you should have read. Yes. Stuff like that. Sorry. Guys, shh. Make sure you know the details, okay? Guys, stop talking. Chase, stop talking. You ready for your quiz? You ready, Hudson? Sorry? It sounds like it was because the author was talking about his experience. Yes. It's as told to, well, it says what he said, so I'm guessing yes. Guys, stop. All right, go ahead and put your books away. I said 2 minutes, but I actually gave you 3. All right, go ahead and take out a sheet of paper and begin your quiz. Yep. The actual plan. You're right. Oops. There you go. Yep.
Remember, do we have to put it as middle name or can we just put major text?
That's fine, just his last name. Last name is fine in number 1. If you're done, go ahead and put it in the tray. For those of you in distant learning, please turn this in by the end of today. Any quizzes turned in after today will have to be deducted 10 points for every day that is late. So make sure you turn it in by the end of today, please. Okay, then once you are done, go ahead and turn to your homework from last night in your grammar book. You can do that later if you haven't turned in your quiz yet. Page 150 in the green. Pronoun. Awesome. Okay, again, for those of you in distant learning, make sure that's turned in by the end of today. All right, let's talk about our grammar books, our grammar homework. Page 150, exercise D in the green book, page 170 in the blue book. Page 170, exercise D. We're crossing out the pronoun that does not agree with the antecedent. And then we're writing the correct pronoun above it. And then some of these sentences are correct. Okay, so look at number 1. Several soldiers got a perfect score on his last marksmanship test. Who has this one? John? You need to tell me what you needed, like what you changed from. Good. Cross out his, change it to their. Good. Okay, same thing with number 1 in the blue book. Several of the students got a perfect score on his last test. It would be, his would be crossed out, turn it to their, because several is plural. Okay, so our pronoun needs to be plural. Number 2, during World War II, a soldier had an 85% chance of survival if its wounds were treated during the first hour. Erica? Its is changed to his. Okay? We don't know the gender of the soldier, and with people, we kind of refer to the masculine gender as a general pronoun. Elephants use his trunks to lift large trees. Joey? Change his to its. Good. Number 3, ask Emma and Caitlin for her ideas. Jasmine? For their ideas. Good. Number 3, Gunnery Sergeant Daniel Daly was awarded 2 Congressional Medals of Honor for his valor in combat in 1900 during the Boxer Rebellion in 1915 at the Battle of Fort Dipiti? I have no idea. That is a really long sentence. Who has this one? Kayla? It is correct. Awesome. Okay, his is singular. Gunnery Sergeant Daniel Daly was singular as well. So good job. Number 4. Many military dogs undergo rigorous training, including parachuting, with his human counterparts. Who has this one? Let's go with Aaron. With their human counterparts. Good. Okay. His is changed to their. Number 5, either Austin or Isaac will, that's, somebody forgot to turn off their headlights and their battery is now dead. Bella? Change their to his. Somebody is singular, so I would use a singular pronoun there. Number 5, either Austin or Isaac will bring his bat for us to use Saturday. Jason? Sorry? Not his to their. This one would actually be correct. Here's why. Okay? Either or are singular pronouns. So whenever we see the words either or, okay, we choose the subject that is closer to the pronoun. Okay? So number 5 is correct. Either or. Number 5 in the Green Book. The United States Coast Guard calls a vessel a cutter if he is over 65 feet long. Okay? Brianna? If it is over 65 feet long, or she. A lot of times people will refer to inanimate objects as she, so that would also be correct. Okay? Each girl brought their own cheerleading outfit. Destiny? And it's not correct. Each is singular or plural? Each? Singular. So what do I need to change there? There to her. Good. Number 6. During World War I, the Germans gave the U.S. Marines the nickname Devil Dogs because of his tenacious spirit. It is not correct. What's my pronoun there? His. What's my student? U.S. Marines, is that singular or plural? It is plural. What? The American colonies won its independence from England in 1783. Who has this one? Cheyenne? Looking at colonies as maybe not people and just actual colonies, it would be okay, but it's would also be, or there would also be correct. Number 7, the United States military provides relief to people all over the planet. Hospital ships, the USS and the USS Comfort. Chase? Not quite. In this case, what was it? His to it. Good. The reason why is because the United States military is looked at as one whole unit. Okay? And then number 8, Landon and Robert earned their letters in basketball and in track. Elias, what do you think needs to be changed? If there is anything that needs to be changed. It is correct. Okay. And then number 8, for the Green Book, Sergeant Stubby, a rescued pit bull, saved their entire company from a sarin gas attack during World War. There to his. Good. Go ahead and start, for those of you in the Green Book, start working on exercise E. Okay, we're going to finish out exercise D for those of you in the Blue Book. Number 9, the novice skier was receiving its share of bumps and bruises. Jasmine? It's to his. Number 10, Ananias and Sapphira kept track of the price of his land. Ari? His to their. Number 11, a person should keep their heart with all diligence. Bella? Change their to his. Number 12, each of the riders of the Pony Express needed their rest after a few hours. Cheyenne? It is not correct. What is each? Is that singular or plural? Each? Singular. So what do I need to change here? Their to his. Okay. Okay. Number 14. It is their capital. Number 13, Joey. It is correct. Good. Number 14, everyone was doing their part to help the new family get settled. Bella? There to his. Everyone is singular. Number 15, Destiny. Peter should have kept his eyes on Jesus. Why? It is correct. Good. Number 16, neither Jada nor Jana knew the consequences. There to her. And then number 17, starfish can crack their leg if they are. Uh, 171 for those of you in the blue book, page 151 for those of you in the green book. Okay. Nominative case pronouns. Cody, sit up. Nominative. So, she, all of those, and we're finding them within our sentences. Now we're needing to correct. Okay. There are three kinds. There's the nominative case, objective case, and possessive case. Let's look at the nominative case, okay? Number 1, pronouns may be used as what? Subjects, okay? So nominatives, pronouns, we'll just write here, nominatives, okay? They can be used. Okay, look at number 2. Pronouns used as subjects must be in the nominative case. List of the nominative case pronouns. Let's say them together. Okay, ready, begin. I, he, she, ever. Okay, so in this case, nominative case pronouns used as I, and then he or she, we, they, and then who or whoever. Okay, all of these are nominative case. So when you have a subject, you would use I, he, she. You would never say, me went to the store. Okay, that's not nominative case. Subject is I. I would use nominative case in pronouns there. Okay, look at number 3. Most of the problems occur when the subject is compound. Okay. So that means when you have two subjects, sometimes we don't know which case to use. For example, how many have ever heard someone say, or if you have ever said, me and her went to the store? I hear everyone using that all the time, okay? Or Ryan and me went to the store. Okay, that's incorrect because your subject is compound, you still need to use the nominative case. So it's always like this, okay? Look at your examples. Greg and I planned the picnic. Molly and she worked on the yearbook staff. You would never say Molly and her, Greg and me, okay? Unless it's obviously in another case. But if it's the subject, that's when you would always use nominative case, okay? For example, sometimes maybe you can break up the pronoun and use a pronoun. Does it make sense to say, her worked on the yearbook staff? No, we would always say she worked on the yearbook staff. So why would we change it to her when we add another subject? Okay, same thing here. Me planned the picnic. Does that make sense there? No, I planned the picnic. So we use these pronouns in the subject's spot. Okay, look at number 4. Who can tell me what an appositive is? Remember what that is. It further what? Explains the noun. Okay, so with appositives, sometimes the subject is followed by an appositive. Okay, so for example, if you have a subject further explaining and there's an appositive further explaining the subject, whatever case the subject is in, which would be what case, class? Nominative. So my pronouns further explaining my subject need to be a nominative case. Okay? So for example, look at your examples. Okay, we are us student council members planned the party. What's my verb there for those of you in the green book? Planned. Who or what planned? The members planned? Or we planned or us planned? We are us. Okay, that's my actual subject. Here we have an appositive of members, right? But still, since we or us is in the subject spot, we need to use which case, class? What was it? Nominative. Okay, everyone needs to be participating. Nominative case pronoun. So you would say, we plan the party, not us plan the party. Or, we leaders have devised a plan. You wouldn't say, us devised a plan. So you would also say, we devised a plan. And the number 5, pronouns may be used as appositives to subjects. Look at this. A pronoun appositive must be in the same case as the subject to which it refers. So, for example, if it's the pronoun further explaining the subject, my pronoun needs to be a nominative case. Got it? Let's practice it. Exercise A, cross out the incorrect pronoun in the parentheses. Okay, incorrect. Go ahead and work on it. And we'll go over it in class. Okay, incorrect. Go ahead and just do, for those of you in the blue book, do 1 through 8 because that's how many there are in the green book. So 1 through 8. Sorry? No. Get your board. This is the nominative case pronoun. Just who or whoever. Who case that we'll study tomorrow. He or him and me or I are planning. I are planning a her, keep the word she. She and Megan are welcome. Standing committee. What case, Destiny? What case have we been studying right now? List. Okay. Number 3, soon us or we 8th graders will be in high school. Natalie, cross out us. It'd be soon we 8th graders. Us or we music lovers are looking forward to a symphonic. Elias, what would you cross out here? You would say us music lovers. Cross out us. We music lovers. Number 4, who or whom is running for student body president? Kayla? Who? Cross out whom with an M. Number 4, the chef's helpers, Caleb and he or him, have become excellent cooks. Joey? Cross out him. Good. Number 5, Mr. Addison and he or him studied about the bombing of the Berlin Zoo during World War II. Sorry, Natalie. Sorry? Cross out him, Mr. Addison, and he. He and him. After the score was tied, girls played harder than. You would cross out we. Cross out us. Number 6, he and him and her and she learned about the Spanish-American War during history class. What do we have there, Jose? Okay, you would cross out him, cross out her. You would keep he and she. Good. Number 7, after class, them or they asked Mr. Fielding to explain the algebra problem again. Brianna, cross out them. Number 7, she and her and me and I will be happy to show the new girl around the campus. Ari? Okay, would you say her and I will be happy to show you around the new girl? You would say her will be happy to show the new girl around. So what would you say? She and I will be happy to show the new girl around campus. And number 8, before the end of the summer, she and her and Alicia want to raise their grades significantly. What did you cross out there? Jaden? Cross out her, keep she. Number 8, before the end of the summer, him or he or me will have built 10 patios. What do you have, Jasmine? Cross out him and cross out me. He and I will have built 10 patios. Good. Okay, so tomorrow we're going to continue on. There's one more thing that a nominative case pronoun will be used as, and we will go over that tomorrow. Okay, go ahead and put that away. And no homework for tonight. Make sure you turn in your vocabulary words 1 through 5 if you haven't already. That was last night's homework. Okay, vocabulary words 1 through 5. Okay, you guys are dismissed.
All right, welcome, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, it's good to have you here. Make sure you throw your name in the chat at this time so I can know you're here and mark you down as present. Okay, for today, we do have something a little bit different. We don't have notes or a lesson, but we do have something different. Okay, but before we do, we are going to pray. Are there any prayer requests today? Any prayer requests today?
Waluigi's and Smash Bros.
Any prayer requests today? Okay, obviously, continue praying for Pastor Sidlowski. Obviously, you guys should know by now. He is back here home, but he's just recovering. He's going to be on oxygen tank for a little while. Just allow his strength and everything to recover as fast as possible. Any other prayer requests? No one? No one? All right, John, can you pray for us today? Thanks, man. You got it, dude. It's okay. It's okay.
Just pray how you normally.
Shh. Dude, say anything, man. Just pray for the day. You got it. I believe in you. Shh.
Dear Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the opportunity that we have to have a private education. Keep helping this pastor will be still on oxygen. Thank you for bringing me home.
Amen. Dude, easy. That's easy. That's awesome. Good job. All right, for today, okay, everyone should have a blank sheet of paper out. Put your notes away. Put the notes away. Blank sheet of paper. Quickly. Quickly. Put all the notes away. Put the book away. Pull out a blank sheet of paper. No one should be talking. Everyone needs a blank sheet of paper out. Food away. Everything away. Except water or pencil or pen. Elias, you'll need a piece of paper as well. Just pull one out, please. All right, for today, all the notes away. We are going to do an essay. There is no actual quiz. This will be your quiz. Yes, this will be graded. Okay, shh. What? No, this is a real essay. Real essay. Okay, you don't really need to write down the question, but listen to the essay, because it's not like an exact question asking for an exact thing. This is the essay. Okay, in this chapter, so I'm going to be talking, don't write it down. This isn't a question. Okay, just listen. Okay, in this chapter, we're talking about kind of what's going on. Obviously, we're talking about where? America. Okay, England, but yes, America as well. We're talking about England, but America, they're moving to America. Why? Religious freedom. Okay, we've been talking about some evangelists and all these different things they did. Okay, and we talked about yesterday about a thing called Sunday school, right? What was the purpose of Sunday school at this time when it first started? Shh. Shh. Natalie, raise her hand. Natalie. Perfect. To teach kids the Bible, to teach them manners, which some of you probably need both of those, and to teach them education, which we all need that. Doesn't matter how old you are, you still got to learn. That's what Sunday school is for. Okay, this is the question. Okay, again, I wouldn't write it down. It's not like a word-for-word question. This is just a Mr. Coral, kind of cool Wednesday, easy quiz grade essay. Okay, here we go. This is the essay. So obviously we have something called Sunday school today. Okay, what would you say? What is your opinion? Okay, from the difference of Sunday school way back then to maybe something like church or Sunday school now, what is the difference? You're telling me what is the difference? And what do you guys believe? Don't say what you think, oh, well, this is what it's for. I want to know what you guys think. Again, this should be an easy grade. What do you think the purpose of church or Sunday school is? Okay, first tell me the difference of both. Again, there is no right or wrong answer. As long as you actually put thought into it. What is the difference between like the Sunday school and kind of thing going back then? What was the purpose of it? And like the church and Sunday school now? And then what is your opinion on it? What is the purpose of it? That is it. That is the essay. It should make perfect sense. I'm telling you right now, tell me the difference between Sunday school and church back then, 1700s, and now. Compare, contrast. Well, then you got to use your book, use the notes, and you got to think. Okay, and then what do you think the purpose of it? So let's say you're like, I'm not really someone that goes to church or Sunday school, which is probably maybe some of us. Then you say, well, I don't know. Then you got to really think about it. What do you think the purpose? Again, this is a thinking question. You don't have to there is no right answer. I'm not looking for, he wants this perfect answer. There's no right answer. I want your answer. What do you think the purpose of church or Sunday school is for you? If you go or if you don't go. If you don't go, maybe you're like, hey, I don't go, but maybe I should because it could help me in this. Or maybe you do go, you're like, hey, I get helped in this, but I wish it helped me with this. That kind of stuff. What do you think the purpose is for you? That is the essay. That is it for today. Good to see Mia. We got Erica online today. Make sure if you're here, you throw your name in the chat. That is the essay, discipliners. You need to do that as well. Make sure that is turned in either on Friday or you can send a picture of it, whether it's message, my schoolwork, email, whatever your parents want you doing. Make sure you get that turned in. Okay, if you have any questions, you can go back on the stream and re-listen to that. Again, you're contrasting, compare and contrast the old time Sunday school and kind of church in the 1700s in England and America at that time and what it is today, and then what you think the purpose of it, or what should the purpose of it be to us. That is it.